data, which ironically is very similar to the problem with infinitely many correction terms that string theory was meant to solve. The new paper agrees that this is a genuine open question and deserves proper analysis. More work is needed. The reason I'm telling you about this is not so much to do with string theory, is that it's a lovely example of scientific discourse done right. Someone raises a criticism, someone else addresses it. This is how science progresses. With fashion, faith, and footnotes. How does that work? Why is that so? If those are questions you also like to ask, you should really have a look at Brilliant. It's a great way to practice your problem-solving skills and your critical thinking. All courses on Brilliant have interactive visualizations and come with follow-up questions. What you see here is from the Physicists have finally found a way to test whether the vacuum is actually made of particles. This is called the Unruh effect, and observing it would be a deep insight into particle physics and relativity. I myself don't believe this effect is real, which for most physicists amount to blasphemy, so I certainly hope it'll be tested soon. Let's have a look. Vacuum, what is it? In quantum physics, vacuum is the absence of particles, but that's only true for some observers, namely those who move at a constant velocity. As Unruh pointed out in the 1970s, if you don't move at a constant velocity, then the vacuum seems to fall apart into particles. Technically, the reason for this is that what we mean by a particle depends on how we move. That is, the notion of a particle itself becomes relative in Einstein's relativity. Where does the energy for these particles come from? Well, to accelerate, you need energy, so there always must be an energy source. But the consequence is that an accelerated observer of any sort should witness particles at a temperature that's related to the acceleration. The higher the acceleration, the higher the temperature. That is the average energy of the particles. This is now called the Unruh effect, and if you ever feel like your life's falling apart, maybe you're just accelerating. I believe this effect doesn't exist because I think a particle either is a particle or not. Its existence doesn't depend on how some observer moves. Most physicists, however, think that this effect is real, mostly because it can be used to explain why black holes evaporate. You see, you can say that if an observer hovers near a black hole horizon, not directly at the horizon but nearby, then they must be accelerated, otherwise they'd fall in. But according to the Unruh effect, that means the observer sees particles. So the black hole radiates. That sounds superficially plausible, but I'd argue that these two effects are actually mathematically very different. In any case, though, I've been waiting for 30 years to see an experimental test of the Unruh effect. Because while it's in practice impossible to measure whether black holes emit radiation, the temperature is far too low to be measurable, it should be possible to measure the Unruh radiation. The problem is that the temperature of this Unruh radiation is very low. There have been many proposals for how to test it, but it's remained out of experimental reach, and this finally brings me to the new paper. The authors of the new paper propose to use two layers of superconducting material separated by insulators in a ring, which you see here in this figure. In these rings, they have quasi-particles called fluxons and antifluxons. Quasi-particles are basically collective motion, similar to waves in water. These quasi-particles are coupled across the two layers. layers. Then they put a current on each of the superconductors, and that puts the quasi-particles into a circular motion. Round and round they go, both together. The larger the current, the higher the acceleration. However, this doesn't continue forever. Eventually, this pair breaks, and this leads to a measurable jump in the voltage. They calculate that the current at which the pair breaks depends on the charge fluctuations in the superconductors, and these fluctuations are what they interpret as the Unruh particles. So the logic is that they infer the presence of the Unruh particles from how easily the quasi-particle pair breaks, which they can measure. The nice thing about this is that the acceleration one can reach this way is remarkably high simply because the rings are so small. The problem with this idea is that, well, it doesn't happen in vacuum. This is clearly an in-medium effect, whereas the Unruh effect is all about the properties of the vacuum. At best, I think one could interpret such an effect as an analogy to the Unruh effect. At least I wouldn't accept it as proof for the Unruh effect. So far, the best idea to test this effect that I know of comes from trying to accelerate electrons with a very big laser. However, the currently existing lasers aren't strong enough to accelerate the electrons enough for this to be measurable. I give this paper a 2 out of 10 on the bullshit meter. I think it's a good proposal and an important topic, but they should have stressed the shortcomings with the interpretation more clearly. You're not going to test a vacuum effect in medium. If you ever need to explain the Unruh effect at a party, just say vacuum isn't empty, it's observer dependent, and then watch everyone accelerate away from you. Do you know the joke about the 2 guys running from a bear? Do you really think we'll outrun the bear, says one of them, and the other one says, I don't have to outrun the bear, I just have to outrun you. That's how I think about internet safety. I don't have to outsmart hackers. I just have to be a little more difficult target than most of you. And that's why I use NordVPN. NordVPN is an app that makes your internet connection ultra secure.
Thank you to CyberGhost VPN for supporting PBS. Does quantum mechanics allow the future to retroactively influence the past, as in the infamous delayed choice quantum eraser experiment? Well, how about we get an actual quantum physicist, who many of you already know, to show us how to do this experiment at home, and hopefully put the matter to rest once and for all. Hey everyone, a couple of announcements before we get started. We wanted to let you know that your help with liking and commenting recent episodes is working. Thanks to that, the algorithm is sharing current episodes with more of our community, so please keep it up. And if you haven't yet, subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss new episodes. We also want to let you know that over at the merch store, we have our first ever backpack. It's the Black Hole Bag. It's 28 litres, made from recycled polyester for durability and guaranteed not to hawking radiate your quantum information. There'll be 10% off for the next 48 hours at the merch store, links for everything in the description. Richard Feynman said of the double slit experiment that it has in it the heart of quantum mechanics. In reality, it contains the only mystery. Well, the mystery he was talking about is superposition. In the double slit experiment, that means a superposition of a single particle travelling through both of the double slits at once. The experiment hints that prior to detection at a screen, a quantum particle plays out all possible realities that may lead to that one measurement result. And the shadow of these overlapping realities, these interacting trajectories, is cast on the screen in the form of an interference pattern. But if you prune the reality tree early, say by measurement at one of the slits, the final pattern of particle locations reflects that. As if the standard double slit experiment wasn't strange enough, then we have the delayed choice quantum eraser experiments, in which the measurement of the particle's path to the screen is made after the pattern is recorded on the screen. The most famous example is the one by Kim, Yu, Kulik, Shi, and Scully in 1999. Such experiments have been interpreted as saying that a future measurement can influence a past measurement, retrocausal influence. We did an episode on the delayed choice quantum eraser a long time ago. Now, we didn't quite promote the retrocausal interpretation, but we certainly failed to give any alternative. Well, there are now some really solid counter-explanations to the idea of retrocausality. A few papers have been published which get at aspects of it, and various YouTube videos also explain some of the errors in the retrocausal interpretation. So it's time for us to weigh in. Today, we're actually going to do a real experiment. And by we, I mean Mithana from Looking Glass Universe, who's figured out a way to do the quantum eraser in a homemade setup. She's going to show you how this experiment gives the illusion of information traveling backwards in time.
I'm really excited to show you this experiment because 12 years ago, I did a video on the delayed choice quantum eraser where I got it completely wrong. And it was only doing this experiment that made it finally click for me. The delayed choice quantum eraser is just a variation on the usual double slit experiment. So for that experiment, all you'll need is some light and two very narrow beams that you can shine that laser at.
What do we expect to see? Well, it depends on how we think about light. On the one hand, we know that light is a wave in the electromagnetic field, and like any wave, it should produce interference patterns as components of the wave passing through the different slits overlap, stacking up or cancelling out. At the wall, we get the classic double slit interference pattern. On the other hand, we also think of light as particles, which is fair because the classical electromagnetic wave is made up of indivisible quantum particles that we call photons. An intuitive but naive picture for particles is as a bunch of tiny balls, spray balls at our pair of slits, and they should end up forming two piles corresponding to passage through each slit. Photons are really some weird in-between thing between waves and particles. If you fire individual photons, they do look like they make single hits on the
can be used to line up all the videos after the fact, with an added bonus that the synchronization signal can't add noise during the critical measurement because it's literally too far away in time. This was not easy to figure out, and at least once I had a literal shower thought that became a bizarre Terminator setup. But in the end, the answer was to invert the timing signal so it had opposite polarity to the PMT signal, and unfortunately eat some attenuation by terminating both ends of the line with 50 ohm resistors, but nothing at the scope. In order to make these signals reach the scope at different times, you could design a really complicated delay circuit to get exactly the time offset you wanted, or you could just buy another 500 nanoseconds of cable. I didn't even bother to unspool it. If this cable section sounded like complete soup to you, don't worry. I've got a video about impedance matching that actually got relegated to the second channel because it was a little more technical than the electricity waves video that was on this channel, but you should go check that out because I think it's really fun. And in making that video, I learned what I needed to know to make this project possible. There is no way that any of this would have come together without me learning by making that whole series about electricity that I started a couple of years ago. Really slow out there. Wow. And on the way back, it's like 1, 2, 3. Wow. Oh, that's perfect. I love it when the data shows you exactly what you want to see. Doesn't always happen. At the beginning of this video, I said that that camera could see the past. And to be fair, every camera can see the past. Your eye only ever sees the past. The screen that you're watching this video on right now lit up, and it took a few nanoseconds for that light to reach your eyes before your eyes had any chance to perceive that that light existed. But in the vast majority of cases, this just doesn't matter. My camera can take at minimum 1/4000th of a second exposure. That means that it is not only looking at light that is immediately in front of the camera, it also can look at light from 50 miles away within the same exposure. So regular cameras don't ever have to deal with the propagation of light because they just do too much averaging. For all the ridiculousness of the path that the information takes through this camera, by the time the information is in the camera, it's all taking the same path, so it kind of doesn't matter. This is not true, however, for information traveling outside the camera. This camera can perceive the motion of light because light traveling this path gets to the camera faster than light traveling this path. In the first case, light may take 5 nanoseconds to get to a droplet of fog in the air, and then maybe 15 nanoseconds to bounce all the way over to the camera. And in the second case, maybe 15 nanoseconds before it has hit some fog, then 15 nanoseconds to get to the camera. This extra path length is what the camera perceives as a delay. And it only works perfectly because the path back to the camera is the same length in both cases. The camera is seeing the light at this location and the light at this location both 15 nanoseconds in the past. If you look at this video and think, wow, the light at the beginning seems to be a tiny bit faster, then you are really observant. It's slight. But with this camera, the path light takes to get to the camera is critically important. When we point the camera in different directions, what we're really probing is this set of path lengths. And this distance to the camera is not the same as this distance to the camera. So things get weird. When we reposition the camera to be behind the laser, this effect is much more extreme. As the light reflects from farther and farther locations, it not only takes light longer to get to the place where it scatters, but it takes longer to get back to the camera. Because we're basically doubling the path length for the light, the speed of light appears to be almost half of its true value. If you want to think about this another way, from some sort of classical objective perspective, the camera sees things near it with very little delay, but sees distant objects farther and farther back in time. The image formed by this camera is not an objective view of the world at a single moment in time, but a perspective taking a slice obliquely through time. For the light bouncing back towards the camera, or equivalently if we put the camera at the far end of the garage, we have the opposite effect. If we look at the path lengths for each position in this case, the total path lengths are almost the same.
I don't even know how to feel about this. Actually, I know. I'm flabbergasted. Yeah, I just wanted to say the word flabbergasted. I've been waiting so long to use it in a video. It's a goofy ass word. So I did some digging, and I remember when I used this website before, you could only type text for prompts to generate songs. So how did this dude upload my actual audio? Then I realized there is a pro plan. Of course there is. Free users get basic stuff like generate random mid-tier garbage, but pro users, they get to upload audio, remix existing tracks. So yeah, mystery solved. You just pay $10 a month and copyright laws just stop existing. Incredible business model. And
I have to talk about this.
Alright, what's going on, guys? So I've been playing Pokemon Legends ZA for the past few days. The Switch 2 version, playing it in 4K, and Pokemon games.
This is in 4K? Wow.
Are always a highlight of my year as a sort of relaxation. Because I grew up on Pokemon, I've been playing all the Pokemon games for the last 20 years, probably longer to be honest. And
Yeah,
I always
I did
enjoy
too.
them for the most part. Pokemon has always been a very big part of my life. Whether that be the trading cards, Pokemon Go, spin-off games, I consume all of it. And I was very excited.
See, like, I was really into Pokemon in elementary school, and then if you still liked Pokemon in my middle school, you were gay. So I couldn't like Pokemon anymore. And then there was a girl in high school that liked Pokemon, and so I played Pokemon with her. That didn't go anywhere, by the way. It's a longer story, but the ending is not the good ending. But yes, that did happen. And so I'm trying to think if there's never does. It never does. And so unironically friend zoned. But this girl, like, so me and my friend Bobby both liked this girl, and me and Bobby went back, like, we have been boys now at this point for like 3 or 4 years, and we played Halo together every night together. And so, like, we were real close. Like, I've been over at his house, he'd been over at my house, like, you know, that's my boy. And we both liked this girl. And so we would take turns sitting next to her in our movie making class, bro. Like, and I'd be like, bro, you've been sitting next to her for the last 2 days. That's not fair. That's just the way it is, man. We was in 11th grade. What do you want me to say?
To finally jump into Legends ZA. But as you can probably tell from this channel, I don't
Smack
talk
me
about
in,
Pokemon
but it's my
here,
turn.
but this is the first time that I feel I have to make a review on a Pokemon game. Because to be perfectly honest, this game is just unacceptable. It's really bad. And I don't know why it's reviewing so high. I'm really not someone that looks at reviews a lot and is skeptical that they might be paid off. I've done reviews myself.
Nah, it's not that they're paid off. It's that it's people that have no standards. They have no standards.
Done sponsored videos for games before. I've never been paid for a review. But when I see people giving this game 80s, 90s, 100s even, prominent
Out of
outlets,
like what, 1,000?
there's something fishy going on here because this game is genuinely, and I say this as someone who enjoyed Scarlet and Violet, who loved Legends Arceus.
So this guy's like a professional, this guy's a professional shit eater. And even he's saying, bro, this doesn't taste good.
DLCs for Scarlet and Violet and finished the Pokédex.
That's
and I had a
bad.
good time doing it. This game is the most mid, unfinished, absolute minimal acceptable product that they could have possibly put out. And they're charging $70 for this. It is a genuine scam. And so that's why I feel I have to talk about this. So we're going to break it down. I'm going to go through literally everything I can think of that makes this game bad. And let me apologize in advance. The gameplay you're going to be watching is going to be
Let me
boring.
apologize in advance. I'm going to show you the game. I'm sorry. You're going to have to watch the game.
Because there's nothing exciting happening in this game at all. But let's go ahead and get into it. So let's start with the most obvious, the elephant in the room that everybody's been talking about, the graphics. Now, up front, let's just be honest, nobody plays Pokemon for the graphics. I don't play
Why? Pokemon Stadium, when it came out on Nintendo 64, was next fucking level. Why have we just decided that, oh, graphics don't, no, yeah, they might not play it for the graphics, but it doesn't mean it has to suck. Why does it have to suck? This is crazy. It's unnecessary. And also, it's not about the graphics. Like, if you compare Metaphor ReFantazio with this game, Metaphor has a lot of areas that are a little bit undercooked and...
Hey guys. Hopefully I can get to this video without being too angry. It's midnight where I'm at. TwitchCon just started about 3 hours ago. I have been warning absolutely everyone not to go. Every single person. I told all of my friends. I told all of my viewers. I told everybody to please not go to TwitchCon. I even, one great conversation that came to mind is a very at-length discussion I had with a good friend of mine, Makari, and I explained to him my concern for him going to TwitchCon, and thankfully he listened, as well as many of my viewers, if not all of my viewers are not attending TwitchCon right now, and a lot of my streamer friends are not going as well, of which I will not name, because if you're friends with me, people don't like you, which is fun. If you haven't seen by now, the reason why I'm very angry is because a very good friend of mine did a podcast with her, was part of OTK with her, someone who I respect very much, someone who has been very kind to me my entire time since I've known them. A streamer by the name of Emaru got sexually assaulted at TwitchCon by a deranged fan on camera in front of a crowd with security guards there, and no one prevented it. Nobody. Twitch Dan Clancy wants to talk about increased security measures. They want to talk about how this TwitchCon will be different. And the worst thing is, people look at me and they say I'm crazy, that I'm delusional, that I'm imagining things, and time after time I get proven right. Doesn't help that certain retard streamers like Mizkif have completely obliterated my reputation for the past 4 years, and day after day, I have to unshovel the shit that's been put on me due to streamers like that, where people have a harder time listening and paying attention to the very clear warnings that I give people, because I'm a very careful individual, and I've made a couple mistakes. mistakes in my life, but I really try to absorb all the
in terms of graphics. But the style is immaculate. This is a game that's undercooked and a recipe that doesn't exist.
Pokemon for the graphics, and I'm even willing to look past most of this game's graphics. Legends Arceus had bad graphics, Scarlet and Violet had terrible graphics, but those were still enjoyable games.
Yeah.
Lumio City was an icon in X and Y. That game made the city feel alive, and it was the first time in a Pokemon game we really had something of this scale.
Throw a ball.
But Legends ZA takes Lumio City and makes it as dead and dull as possible. We're in 2025, and every surface of the city, for the most part, is a flat, blurry PNG. The buildings are literally rectangles with no three-dimensional textures. Occasionally,
wait. You can't. Can you jump? Can you not even jump?
The buildings are literally rectangles.
You can jump in this game, right? You can't jump.
With no three-dimensional textures. Occasionally, you may have an awning over a doorway, or railing on the roof, or scaffolding that's meant to be something you can climb on, but that's it. The whole game looks like it has yet to load in fully. Now, even on Switch 1, this game does run way better than Legends Arceus, and even Scarlet and Violet, and people are giving it credit for that, but I genuinely think
How's it run on the Game Boy Advance?
The reason for that is because there's nothing to load in. You're really not putting that
Yeah, it runs really well because there's nothing to run.
Much stress on the console with how simple everything is. And you know the potential's there because Game Freak is currently working on another game called Beast of Reincarnation, and I'll let you make the comparison on that.
Okay.
That one. It's the same.
So let me get
company.
this straight. This is the same company that made This is, guys, at a certain point, you've really got to. This is unacceptable. See, these people are they're accepting and they're allowing this to happen. There's no reason it has to be like this. No reason at all. This is unacceptable. Nobody if I go and I look at the Pokemon section at the end of this video and it's full of a bunch of girls having fun, I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
Probably using a lot of the same resources to make both these games. And, well, you can see the difference for yourself. But graphics are really just the tip of the iceberg with this game. From a gameplay perspective, Legend ZA is a downgrade from Legend Arceus in every single way. Instead of exploring a wide open world where Pokemon live naturally, you explore Lumio City, where Pokemon coexist alongside humans, except not really. There are designated wild zones throughout the world, sectioned off by these giant ugly neon green lights that don't fit the setting at all. And these wild zones may have 4 or 5 types of Pokemon in it, and they might be one block of the city at most. There is no exploration to be had. You can see the entire zone on screen at a single time, and the Pokemon are just naturally sectioned off within the area. It may take you 5 minutes max to clear out each species in that zone. Now, where the Pokemon were
that's the whole
threats in Legends Arceus, there is no sense of danger in this game, unless you're at low level.
Well, what about like a Charizard or something? Because like that's just like what about like a
go try to catch
like I'm just gonna say it. I watched the girl. I'm not going to say which one. I watched the girl play this fucking game and get excited about catching level 34 Magikarp. Magikarp evolves at level 20. Why the fuck would there be a Magikarp at level 34? Really? Like, it doesn't evolve in the wild? It would never survive in the wild. It's a motherfucking goldfish. And it was just like flopping around on the ground. Like flying, basically. I can't even believe it. I'm watching this shit. And I'm like, there's no way that you could see this. Like, How are you playing? Like, it's I'm so mad. Super Senior Magikarp. Yeah, bro, like, because you select evolve. No, it does evolve in a while. Gyarados is supposed to be rare. You know what's supposed to be rare? A level 34 Magikarp. It's supposed to be so rare it never exists.
50 Pokemon, there is no tension. You can leave or fly out of the zone at any time. There's not even the tension of trying to catch a Pokemon without killing it, because even when a Pokemon faints now, you can still capture it. So the extent of your Pokemon interactions throughout the city is just running around, one-shotting everything with your most overpowered Pokemon and then throwing Pokeballs at it. There's no strategy involved, there's no thought process, and if you fail, you can just try again with no consequences. There's not even a consequence for missing a throw, because there's scavengers around the map who will just give them back to you at Pokemon.
This is the saddest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Maybe this is the reason why girls like
Some viewers may
fraud has spent about a year on the run after fleeing the country, mocking the police, pretending to turn himself in, posting from luxury hotels in Dubai and Qatar, and now he's officially behind bars. After almost 12 months in the run, Harrison Sullivan, better known online as HS Tiki Talkie, has now been arrested in the UK. And I'm gonna be real with you guys, I held off when it comes to covering the story for a little bit because I didn't know if it happened or not, because this guy is infamous for lying just to get some headlines. I was not about to fall for some version of I'll turn myself in tomorrow, hold tight yeah moment. But now we have an official police statement confirming his arrest, and he did go to court where he was denied his bond. This is what happened. So, Surrey police, they confirmed that HS Tiki Talkie was arrested on Friday, October 10th, after flying back to the UK from Qatar. He was wanted for failing to appear in court last November. Why? Because back in March of 2024, he allegedly crashed a rented purple McLaren into another car in Surrey, and then fled the scene, leaving multiple people injured, including one of his best friends.
HS has walked off, left his McLaren and walked off. You know. Hey, General, you good?
I don't feel like crap.
You alright?
No, I'm feeling good with me.
Aye, that's not trust, man. Shit.
Yeah, it's just kind of wild that someone would ever leave their friend like that. It really shows what kind of person this is. But he's facing multiple charges, including dangerous driving, failing to stop after an accident, and then driving without insurance, and driving while using a phone. He appeared in court on Saturday and remains in custody with another court appearance that was scheduled on October 14th. But he was then denied bail, and the hearing was then postponed until the 24th of October. So the guy who built this whole brand of being, I guess, untouchable is now officially behind bars. This story starts a little bit over a year ago when HS rented a McLaren that he claimed he bought, wrecked it while filming a Flex music video, and then abandoned his injured friend on the side of the road. Then, instead of facing the consequences like any normal human being, he packed his bags and fled the country for almost a year. He posted about, places like Dubai, Qatar, showing off his new Lamborghinis that are totally not rented, and then a whole manhunt was going on. Meanwhile, back in England, I guess the officials were just staring at each other, wondering why this guy won't show up for court. And of course, HS just continued lying for attention. He posted a fake mugshot, he pretended to be an Essex while he was clearly in Qatar, and then he was turning himself in tomorrow. And obviously, he kept running his mouth about how none of this was a big deal, that he didn't actually crash the car, and so on and so on. According to him, he was not the driver. So this is a guy who basically live streamed himself while being wanted by the police and somehow turned it into content. And it was pretty recent that he posted this video that was obvious rage bait.
Driving like this is absolutely cringe. You could have just killed an innocent family. You've just driven into the back of a car and driven off and filmed it and think that you look hard by doing that. Driving recklessly isn't cool, okay? You're not building an audience that actually respects you. You're just getting eyes on you that think you're an absolute div for what you're doing and the innocent people that you're risking.
Yeah, just because he reads a comment calling him out doesn't make him less pathetic. Like, imagine actually making a bunch of money online and then throwing it all away for trying to impress a bunch of middle schoolers. I also love that he just outed himself for being a terrible driver because he somehow crashed on a straightaway in dry conditions. Yeah, my name's HS Tiki Talkie, and I mashed the gas as I turned left. Get this man a Ford cop, because that's clearly all the power he can handle. But obviously, this dude thrives off of attention, as he's the same guy who staged a fight with another creator, the one that kind of looked like a rejected Joey Salads skit from 2016. And this whole fight basically involved HS's ex-friend, Adam. He rented this wrecked car to HS, and after HS fled the country, Adam claimed that he flew out to confront him about the money that HS owes him. Now, does HS owe this guy money? Who knows? I honestly would not be surprised, but this whole video might have been a way for him to, I guess, try to pay Adam back a little bit. Either way, the whole setup just seems very off, because what followed was basically a cringe skit that seemed to be posted just to get more views. And maybe this might have all been set up to funnel people into his Telegram to then upsell them on some sort of course. Who knows? Either way, watching the video now, it looks incredibly fake.
Yo, where the f is my money?
You've actually come here, you alright?
Bro, this is no joke.
What do you mean, where's your money, mate? It's in your mate. That's
bro, you
where
owe
it's
me
at.
150k. Where's my money?
It's in your ass, mate. You're actually gonna pull up, stand up, someone.
Fixing in this little rental SVJ.
rental, mate.
Yeah,
you know.
This guy's acting hard, yeah.
You know how much
he's acting hard, yeah, because he's Yeah, hiding behind the police.
Let's go then.
Come on then, come.
Because the fight was off camera, the whole thing felt like they were using a manhunt and a reckless car chase to continue to get online attention. So yeah, I wasn't going to touch the story again until someone in a police station actually put handcuffs on him. And now that's happened. We can actually talk about why, because the Surrey police confirmed his arrest and released a statement basically saying that he turned himself in this past weekend. So I guess his latest live stream where he said he planned to turn himself in was actually the truth this time.
I do want to say, if this is the last time that I do speak to you on live, it could be. But if this is the last time that I speak to you boys for a minute, then thank you for watching, supporting, helping me. And just like, bro, I've just enjoyed the community that we've built. I'll be real. I really do. I actually do enjoy it.
See, I guess that's the part that's most interesting to me here, though, because like after almost a year of openly dodging the UK law, why now? Like, why are you suddenly flying home to turn yourself in? Well, according to his own posts, he's been very vocal lately about people making AI deepfake content about him. And we're talking about fake videos of him with like pride flags, him talking to kids, stuff that he's been calling defamation.
My name is Harrison Sullivan. To any investors from Dubai watching these videos, they are fully true and real and factual. Woo! Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Nah, this shit is dumb. You're losing me investors. Investors are going to see that and think, well, this guy's in bed.
And he's been very vocal about wanting to sue people for making content like this. So here's the thing. If he wants the lawsuit in the UK, he can't actually be a fugitive of the UK. So my theory is that he could maybe have turned himself in so that he can finally face his charges, get whatever sentence is coming, and then turn around and sue people making these AI clips. That might be far-fetched, but who knows? We're dealing with a Hall of Fame moron here. The other argument was maybe he got homesick and realized that he doesn't want to hang out in the Middle East for the rest of his life, and maybe it's better to come home and face the music now than delay even further. But if he really does care so much about the AI deepfake stuff, my first recommendation for him would be to stop reposting all these AI videos about himself if he actually hates them so much. Either that or he's just, you know, sharing them to try to get more attention and just far more engagement. Who knows at this point? It's really hard to tell with this guy. But it was just days before he turned himself in that this was a big issue for him. And honestly, I mean, I don't even think he's wrong to be upset that people are making these clips of him. I mean, it's weird that we can just take people's images and make content without that person's permission. I don't like that at all. But reposting the videos seems like he's kind of drawing more attention to it. Like, you can tweet something like this without featuring the video.
I'm the little fairy. Open the door, please.
It's just kind of strange that if you want to see AI videos about HS, all you have to do is go to his Twitter account. And this is what also just makes the HS story so bizarre, because his entire online persona is essentially just flexing money. And if you've been fortunate enough to not see any of his content before, essentially what he does is post, you know, Lambos, watches, the whole trading empire that he claims is worth millions of dollars, but in reality, that's not real. Because I mean, just taking 2 seconds and looking at his, elite trading empire, it seems more like he's a salesman that brings suckers into literal predators that pry on people that don't know what they're doing financially to sell them extremely expensive leverage trading courses. And if you know anything about leverage trading, the odds are heavily against you. But beneath all the flash, we have a guy who wrecked a car he didn't own, owes people money, fled the country, mocked the police over and over again, and now he's sitting in a cell because he couldn't keep the bit going on forever. But the AI lawsuit thing might actually happen because the UK defamation laws are not like the US ones. If he manages to clear his criminal case and he actually wants to make a legal stink about these videos, he pretty much could. And the irony is kind of insane. The guy who's made an entire online identity out of lying and exaggerating could soon be suing people for making up fake stuff about him. So it's safe to say we live in some interesting times. But his court hearing is scheduled for late October and we'll likely get updates on sentencing or bail soon after. If convicted, dangerous driving alone can land him with a prison sentence, hefty fines, and a driving ban. The dude spent a year pretending to be untouchable, and I guess that illusion is now gone. Realistically, he's looking at a driving ban, a hefty fine, and the possibility of jail time, especially since he fled the country. Courts normally don't like that behavior. And as I mentioned earlier, he was officially denied bail on October 14th after appearing in court. And the judge has ruled that HS will be kept in custody while the case moves forward. His hearing has been pushed back to October 24th, meaning that he's going to be sitting in a cell for at least the next couple of weeks. And honestly, it's fair to say that he was denied bail since, he spent a year avoiding the police while constantly posting and taunting them. And one would think it would be a little harder to get bail if you spent the last year running from the police. And also what's wild about this case is just how public it's been, because he didn't disappear. He essentially live streamed himself being abroad while wanted. He essentially vlogged the manhunt, all while mocking the system. Like, the dude is a complete moron. But I guess the ball is now in the system's court to see who will have the last laugh. And if anything else, this is just a reminder that you can only play main character for so long until reality kicks in. But the fact that all of this might have happened just because people were making AI clips of him and he wanted to sue, that's pretty interesting. Either way, this is just one massive skill issue, because if he wasn't a garbage driver, he wouldn't have been in this mess. Clearly, he belongs in a Ford cop, because honestly, when it takes 4 business days to pass someone, it's pretty hard to drive reckless. But other than that, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
A scam? Well, it can. Is tipping a scam? Well, it can be, and I'll give you 2 examples where I believe I was scammed while tipping. You can be the judge. I was at a bar in New York, I had a few drinks, and it came time to pay. And they placed the card reader in front of me, and in US, you usually get these ridiculous numbers that prompt you to give a tip. Usually it's like 20, 25, even 30%. So to my shock, they placed the terminal in front of me and it said, do you want to tip 7, 5, or 3%? I was like, wow, that's really nice of you. And since it was a bar where I had to pay to enter because it was a comedy club, I was like, well, I guess they already got the money for the entrance and the beer is kind of expensive for $12. So they don't require a tip, which was kind of nice. So I was like, well, let me tip you 7% because you're being fair to me. And then I looked at the total I just paid. I was like, wait, if a beer is $12, I had 4, and my total is $63, $64, that doesn't add up. And it didn't. These guys have already added tip to my total, and a pretty generous tip of 27%. And on top of that, they were asking for additional tip of 7%, which seemed nice. So in total, they charged me 33% tip. And also I paid the entrance and so on, and crazy price for a beer. By the way, I was so upset I actually left a review for this comedy club, and I said the comedy was good, but what kind of comedy you played on me? This is ridiculous. And they replied in the standard way like, hey, look, you're a tourist, you don't understand how it works in Manhattan, beers are expensive, and we tip 33%. Bullshit. I know a bar just 2 streets off where your bar is, and it's like $4 a beer, and I tip $1 a drink. And actually, it's even cheaper. I'm not gonna tell you where it is. I'm gonna keep that silent. Was I scammed? I was tricked, to say the least, on a silly tip trick. And you can actually be too here in Prague on a different example I'll give you. So you're paying, and the waiter will bring back bunch of coins. And let's say you're from US, where the largest coin you have, I know you have a dollar coin, but you don't use it, is a quarter, right? So if you get a bunch of quarters, it's like, oh yeah, he just left $2 on the table, so I'll just let him keep it. But in this case, the waiter left you more than $10 in coins, but you don't know that because you're not familiar with the different currency with the different coins. And it's not the case of this place, just to be clear, but there are places in touristy areas in Europe that will do this exact trick. It goes for Euro coins as well. We do have a 2 Euro coin, and it's quite often and frequent that you will come across it. So if there's 5 coins, suddenly it's $10. Even Wikipedia got this wrong. When you go to the gratuity page, they show an example of leaving some change on the table for the waiter, but the example they have is actually a 20% tip, which is pretty generous for Europe. Well, let's go to the very beginning of tipping. Why did we start to tip in the first place? Well, it was because someone provided an additional service on top of what she or he was supposed to do.
because that's what he was doing. And I think that's an important message for everybody. One of my best friends, actually, sadly, he died from COVID, really miss him. Hey, well, my prayers go out to you for losing a friend. That's the hardest thing. You know, whenever anybody talks about losing a friend, I think of my friend Jeff. Legal Vices, one of the coolest guys out there. It's difficult. It's super difficult. When you have a family member that dies, you know it's going to be bad. But with a friend, you underestimate their value in their life till they're not there. And when they're not there, it becomes very, very clear. Like, just appreciate your friends, guys. Spend times with your best friends and live for them and be happy for them, because your friends that have passed away, people that have left, instead of being sad, let's be happy for them. And this is my message, having lost a lot of people in my life, meant a lot to me. What I've said is, for example, with Jeff would want me to enjoy my life. That's what Jeff would want me to do. So I'm going to do that for Jeff, because he would never, ever say I should sit around and cry all day. He would say, no, go out there and have fun, be happy, because that's what he was doing. And I think that's an important message for everybody. One of my best friends, actually, sadly, he died from COVID, really miss him. Hey, well, my prayers go out to you for losing a friend. That's the hardest thing. You know, whenever anybody talks about losing a friend, I think of my friend Jeff. Legal Vices, one of the coolest guys out there. It's difficult. It's super difficult. When you have a family member that dies, you know it's going to be bad. But with a friend, you underestimate their value in their life till they're not there. And when they're not there, it becomes very, very clear. Like, just appreciate your friends, guys.
Infinities come in different sizes. There's a whole tower of progressively larger sizes of infinity. So what's the
Does every set or collection of numbers have a size, a length, or a width? In other words, is it possible for a set to be sizeless? Let's start with sets that do have a well-defined notion of size. Technically, in mathematics, we call size the Lebesgue measure. It formalizes the notion of length in 1 dimension, area in 2 dimensions, and volume in 3 dimensions. We'll use this notation to mean the size of a set S. Pretty much everything about the Lebesgue measure feels intuitive. The size of this line segment that extends from 0 to 3 is 3, and the size of this single point is 0. If we know this set has size 2, and we slide it over, it should still have size 2. That property is called translation invariance. The size of these two disjoint line segments, meaning that the two line segments don't have any points in common, is just the sum of their two sizes. That property is called additivity. In fact, if we take the union, or combine together, countably many disjoint sets, their sizes still add. That's called countable additivity. Since a single point has size 0, countable additivity tells us that any countable collection of points, like all the integers, also has size 0. After all, 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 is just 0. But an interval, like 0 to 1, contains uncountably many points. We can't simply add together uncountably many zeros, and so its size is not just the sum of the size of the points. This definition of size, using the Lebesgue measure, is quite robust. Pretty much any set you can think of has a well-defined size. In fact, it was quite the challenge for mathematicians to devise a set without a size. So, how do you create such a set? Start with the interval 0 to 1. We're going to sort all the numbers in the interval into bins in a sort of unusual way. There will be infinitely many bins. We're going to put all the numbers whose difference is rational in the same bin. In other words, look at two numbers in our interval x and y. If x minus y is a rational number, they go in the same bin. But if x minus y is an irrational number, they go in different bins. This is an example of separating things into equivalence classes. Let's look at these bins in a little more detail. If you take any two rationals and subtract one from another, you get a rational. So one bin will contain all the rational numbers, like 1/4 and 2/3 and 999 thousandths. But if you take any two irrationals and subtract one from another, the result might not be a rational number. So they can't all go in the same bin. We have to split the irrationals into mini bins. For example, one bin will contain the square root of 2 divided by 2, and all the numbers that differ from it by a rational, like the square root of 2 divided by 2 plus 1/100th, and the square root of 2 divided by 2 minus 1/4. What about the square root of 2 divided by 3?
Kadeem is one of League of Legends' most notorious players, but he didn't become popular for the same reason that most other League content creators did. Kadeem is an Iron 4 ADC main, currently sitting on 0 LP with a 34% win rate, and his account has finished in Iron every single season for the past 5 years. That's as long as Iron has existed, and before that, he was in Bronze. Kadeem is obviously making some pretty major mistakes to end up with an account history that looks like this, but at the same time, he's got to be doing some things right still, right? So let's break down exactly what Kadeem does wrong, what he does right, and surprisingly, we may even learn a thing or two from his play by watching him, specifically about how we can adjust our play to climb out of the depths of Elo Hell, or by breaking down the gameplay of one of League of Legends' most climb out of the depths of Elo Hell, or by breaking down the gameplay of one of League of Legends' most infamous Ashe mains.
Hey, Mr. Arrow, make up fucking thing.
My name's Rogue and I played League of Legends professionally for 7 years. Now I'm a full-time content creator and coach for all ranks, Iron through to Challenger. So if you want more information of what a coaching session with me will look like, you can find more information by following the link in the video description below.
And while you're in the description, you'll also find the link to my Patreon where I post all of the recordings of my best coaching sessions in full, with almost 1,000 hours of content currently available, all sorted by role and rank, including sessions where I coach for professional level teams. You can get a glimpse of what pro level league looks like from the inside. That's why whatever you're looking for, you'll easily be able to find something that's going to help you improve, no matter your rank. Our first game starts out exactly how you'd expect from an Iron 4 game, with our Ziggs support running top lane out of base. Kadeem at this point has done absolutely nothing wrong in order to prompt this reaction from his support, and even his teammates are confused. But alas, we now have to face the reality that Kadeem will have to lane bot lane 1v2. He makes a smart decision to leash for his jungler since he knows contesting push isn't possible or even desirable under these conditions. This situation is comparable to what you get when the enemy late invades and you are faced with a split map situation. The best thing the enemy bot lane could do here would be to use the lane bush to pull Kadeem's minion wave as it enters the lane and then drop creep aggro. This would set up a slow push that begins pushing towards the enemy, and in a split map situation, or in this case when laning 2v1, this would simply make it impossible for Kadeem to get in range for XP with the wave being frozen like this. A common precaution then that pro teams will often take in situations like this is to ward the closest lane bush level 1, as it makes it impossible for the enemy to pull the wave and drop creep aggro, so before leashing it would have been nice for Kadeem to drop a ward here. As expected, the early levels are extremely difficult in a 2v1, but Kadeem does a pretty good job of conserving his health. This is until 5 minutes in when he gets surprised by the enemy Soraka hiding in the lane bush. You can even hear his surprise as Samir's auto attack range when he dies here. This is somewhat inevitable in a 2v1 on such a short range ADC, and we just have to hope the enemy top laner is struggling as much. In base, I would have also liked to see him buy a refillable potion as well with his leftover gold.
Dude, what happened? That's my backpack. Let's check inside. Wait, what's this card? May luck be in your favor. You've received a knife, a lighter, and a water bottle. ZBS. I have no idea on what's happening. It seems like we're on survival. I don't remember anything. Let's move on top of the island. Wait, what the? I can't believe it. I'm actually alone in the middle of the ocean. This isn't a joke. Let's not lose any time. It seems like we have coconuts, palm leaves, wood, rocks, water and sand. For the food we have fishes and possible crabs under the rocks. I will need to be smart. I'm going to start a fire with the wood sticks that I can find on the ground. Let's go. Here is the sticks pile. I just need to cut some coconut husk and I will be good to start a fire using my lighter. Here is one. Nice. Let's cut some more. Here is the last one. We should be good. Let's light it up. This feels amazing. Making a fire is game changer. I don't know what time it is, so it's good to begin with it. I'm going to sharpen a wood stick and hopefully catch some fishes before night. I have a coconut to drink and a bottle of water. It should be fine for now. This is going to take a long time. Fortunately, I have a knife. I wonder what would have happened without one. Look at this. I have sharpened the front and cut the middle, so that I can put my knife in between. This will create a powerful spear to catch fishes. I just need palm leaves to wrap this up. Okay, let's assemble everything together. Look at this. It looks absolutely amazing. This is the moment of truth. I'm going to try and catch the fishes nearby. Hopefully I will get something. It's all about skills. I remember being one of the best in accuracy type games. I should be able to pull 1 or 2 catches. It's harder than expected. I will need to concentrate much more. Let's try another time. Look there. I see a fish swimming around. Wait a bit. 3, 2, 1.
I'm dying. Help me.
This is not possible. I'm pretty sure the move was precise. He's over there. This time I won't miss. Oh no. Where's my spear? I absolutely need to find this spear. Without my knife it's actually over. Let's swim around. It's probably nearby. Well, it seems like I've lost it. Let's go back to the surface. I need to rest. Okay, let's go drink something. I'm super thirsty after such an effort. Oh no. This is absolutely terrible news. I lost my knife and my bottle of water got crushed by a coconut. The only solution remaining is to burn the coconut on the fire until the shell cracks, so that I can drink the juice. Let's try. This is way too hot to handle it like that. I think my only option is to throw it on the fire. Hopefully this will make it. I think I'm going to take a nap in the meantime. It's too hot outside. I'm tired. Okay, let's check the coconut. This is crazy. The coconut is fully burned. I can't drink or eat anything. And the second one on the ground is rotten. It's been there for a while. My last chance stands in these trees. If I'm able to climb one of those, I should be able to catch 1 or 2 coconuts. Okay, this is indeed more complicated than expected. I can barely hold myself on the trunk. And I'm still at the very bottom. The tree is very tall. Well, I guess it's over for now. Let's go back to the campfire. I'm very depressed. Since I got stranded in the middle of nowhere, nothing is going as planned. I lost almost all my supplies. I'm thirsty and hungry. It's very difficult. Hopefully we will do better tomorrow. Let's go to sleep now, so we can at least get our energy back. Oh no. Please. The worst night of my entire life. It was full of insects and mosquitoes. I didn't sleep a single second. Imagine trying to sleep for 8 hours, hearing the noise of a mosquito around your ears. I'm feeling really down right now. Wait. What's this thing over there? Wait. Bro, I'm not dreaming. This is a shipwreck. You gotta be kidding me. This is absolutely insane. I don't know how much distance it is from here, but I'm going to swim until I reach it. Let's go. You won't believe what I just found. It's one of the biggest ship I have ever seen. Look at this. I told you it's crazy. Let's go inside the wreck. I think I saw a metal box reflecting light somewhere. I just found it. It seems like we found smoke signals. I can't believe it. This is our way out of this prison hell. Let's go back to the island. I'm so happy. With these smoke signals, we can get enough light. That will trigger attention from the sky, for all the potential planes nearby. I'm going to install everything right now. All the signals are ready. Now we just have to wait and stay focused to all the potential sounds around. If I hear something, I will light up the smoking flares. I can't believe it. I have been here for days. I guess nobody is coming for me.
The groom's face during the ceremony, you should have seen it. It wasn't joy, it was resignation, like a prisoner of war signing a confession. His bride spent the entire reception complaining about small details. The flowers were wrong shade of pink, the cake was too sweet, the DJ played the wrong version of their song. Never once did I see her look at him with love. Never once did she thank him. 6 months later, divorced. She kept the ring, the gifts, the honeymoon photos for Instagram. He kept the debt and the depression. And you wonder why men are scared of commitment.
I don't really like saying stuff like this because it can be kind of like misinterpreted or weird. But whenever I ended my stream, I saw a message and it was like 1 minute ago.
Why is it?
And it was Emmy saying this had happened. And I immediately called her after I had finished my stream. I had to even make sure that like it was off. And she didn't, like, this was before it had even gone public at all, and she didn't really know what it was going to do or anything like that. And so then this video came out, and thank God it came out. Now we can see what happened. Here it is. Let's watch it. So you can see, and what had happened is this person came up to her. And they were in another meet and greet line. That's my understanding. And they skipped over the line. The security let them go through. This person then tries to go and grab her, right? He tries to grab her. So there you go. And security basically let this happen. And you can see, like, this is the security. Where was the security? He was like, I didn't even see the guy. He was like waiting back from there. That was it. And so the guy totally did this, wasn't allowed to have our own security. I don't even really want to show the clip that much because it's just disgusting. But that's basically it. And so they banned our private security, unacceptable. Well, they did. They banned, so they also... Well, I'll go back and I'll look at this one here. So Imaru talks about her favorite security guard. So Imaru did have a security guard. This was from about a week ago, but TwitchCon had banned that security guard from going to the event.
Maybe I should talk about this, whatever, who cares. I had a security guard 2 years ago where there was a guy following me around TwitchCon, and he like asked him to stop multiple times. My guard asked him and the guy wouldn't stop, so he grabbed the guy, but he didn't like hurt him. He was just holding the guy until like the con security came. And then for some reason they're like, yeah, because your security guard touched him, he's like permabanned from the venue forever. But he didn't even hit him or anything. He just like held him while they waited for like the police to come. And, what the fuck? And it was like my favorite security guard. Yeah, true. I can't have him at TwitchCon anymore. I was just okay, like it was so sad because he did.
So TwitchCon banned the guy for doing a citizen's arrest in a way. Well, yeah, I don't know really exactly. Like I don't know exactly, but we'll look at the next clip here too. So yeah, she had a security guard for doing this stuff, and then your security guard did his job, so he's banned. Is she okay? I mean, I think okay is a relative term. I mean, she's not hurt, at least physically. So, I mean, I think that's really up to her. Why she's streaming on Twitch? I mean, because where else are you going to go, right? I mean, that's it. I mean, the guy that shoved the assaulter was actually Emmy's own security. Well, it was it's more complicated, right? I mean, like, well, anyway, I'll go back and we'll look at this here. So we've got another one. And so this is Twitch right here. Twitch security lets streamers bypass multiple checkpoints, no questions asked. Here we go.
Yeah, we'll just scan in, and then we're meeting him up front. Okay. Thank you.
What?
Okay. Oh, okay. Just see, Danny's really good at just being ultra confident about everything, and
we just walked past.
Yeah. Which one's which?
So
yeah, thank you.
Haven't I sent a message to her to see if she's all right? Yeah, yeah, sure. But like, I don't want to go and tell you guys how she's doing, like, because it's just I feel like it's not my place to discuss her well-being. That's all. It's out of respect. I mean, this is a huge invasion of her privacy. This event happening, her having even talk about it, Twitch lying about it. They lied in their statement about it.
Thank you. Oh, there he is.
Where is he? Oh, I see him.
Over there.
So you see all the meet and greets.
S-Fan.
We're with S-Fan's team, so we're just gonna go through this side. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
S-Fan.
Oh, wait, under this way.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Ma'am, this is a McDonald's.
So how do you think it happened? I think I've got an idea. I think I've got a good, maybe, there might be a reason why this could be happening. And it looks very secure. Yeah, very, very secure, guys. Just like they do with their TOS. Say what you want, but at least they're consistent with their incompetence. Twitch security be like, yeah, there it is. The full extent of security seems to be some people wearing lime green shirts, hoping that the color is so obnoxious that it would scare off the attackers. It doesn't seem to be working. And so you've got another one, and this is Twitch contract required. So Imru was required, I hope that I'm not over speaking here. Imru was required to do a meet and greet in order to do her cosplay competition at TwitchCon.
So I had to cancel my meet and greet because of the stuff. But in order to, I can't cancel my meet and greet and not cancel her show because of the fact that the reason I cancel my meet and greet is I don't want to be in the same place for 2 hours.
I wonder why.
People being weird.
Okay.
And then I'm under contract with them, so I can't cancel one and not cancel the other.
Interesting. Oh.
So I'm sorry,
I kept my meet and greet because I wanted to keep my show. I'm sure we'll be fine.
I'm sorry, Emmy.
I'm sure everyone will be nice.
Yep. Oh, God. Oh, man. Yeah, and check Senna's tweet about this. Yeah, but it's not really about, like, Senna's situation is different. Like, I'm talking really about Emmy's situation. There was no obligation. I'm not talking about Senna's situation. There was no obligation to do the meet and greet, but I don't know if that applied to Imru. It did as well. It didn't. It didn't. It was a different situation. I know a lot about this. Like I know what happened here. Like I don't know everything, but I know a lot. And so that's why I'm so Emmy was forced to be a petting zoo by Twitch. Basically, yes, that's right. And they held her show hostage by that. She was, I think she was kind of reluctant to do it, but she did it anyway. And that's basically it. I mean, it's just disgusting. It absolutely is disgusting. And this is after they banned her security guard. And this is, again, TwitchCon at Kendi allegedly snuck into Imru's applicant-only meet and greet line. So here we go. This is the Twitter stream. So let's see the quality on this.
Now that I'm done with the meet and greet, I might as well tell you guys. Now that I'm done with the meet and greet, I might as well tell you guys. Whoa! Look at this BMW. I might as well tell you guys what the. I'm sorry. I might as well tell you guys what the fuck I actually did to get into the line. Hey, I snuck in. I don't know what else to say. I was in line waiting for the meet and greet, and I figured, well, I got some intel that that you had to make a reservation for the meet and greet in the beginning of October. I never did that. I just knew where I had to be, and I executed. And that's how you got to be. I didn't prepare for this, but I was ready for it.
And he didn't do, the thing is, like, yeah, he did something wrong. He shouldn't have done that. But imagine if that person was malicious. Is this a 2%er? Nah, he's just a clown. But, like, what really matters, why are people self-snitching? I have no idea why they're self-snitching. I really have no idea. But I think that he's really just going to show that they just didn't give a fuck. I think that's really what he's doing. He's saying basically, damn, bro, like they didn't really give a fuck about this at all, huh? Like, wow, damn. Like, damn, they dumb as fuck, right? Twitch won't ban him? I don't even know if he's on Twitch or not. But anyway, so the point that I'm making is that clip from a Twitter stream, the streamer recounts their experience allegedly sneaking into the line, where you're supposed to wait if you applied in October and then met Imru. I don't know if he said Imru in this or not, but Dan said TwitchCon is basically Fort Knox. Yeah, and I guess all the gold's gone. And so, top-notch security, one-notch security, holy fuck, security was horrid. That would imply that it existed. I hope she sues. We'll see what happens. Absolute joke of a security team. I mean, are they even trying? No, they're not. If I were any popular streamer at the event, I would leave. Staying there only promotes their behavior like this to continue. And so there it is. And so what a joke. Poor organization, poor non-professional security. There you go too. And Temu Fort Knox, yeah, I guess so. And so should she sue? I think that is not something that I would want to discuss publicly right now. I understand you guys want me to give, juicy details and all that stuff, but, I try to be as professional as I can be, and I try to respect people's privacy to the greatest extent that I can, especially in regards to people that I am friends with, and I try to absolutely act in their best interest at all times, even whenever it's not good for content. So I apologize, I'm not going to be making any more comments on that. So this is a legitimately serious issue. And so there it is. We want blood. Don't worry. Okay? Don't worry. That's all I'll say. There will be accountability. There will be. But how will that manifest? It is uncertain. And just before I get in trouble, metaphorical blood. Nobody's going to get fucking hurt. And if they do, it's going to be Twitch's fault because they let it happen at their own fucking event. Before people take that out of context again. Where they try to ban me for saying this. It just, in Minecraft, no, it's metaphorical. Not Minecraft, it doesn't help. But so, let's see here if I can find it. And let's see here, live stream the lawsuit. Yes, sure, right. And anyway, let me go back over here and I'll look at the rest. So Jockeyfish here, new Twitch tweet. Twitch tweeted out about this again. Let me see what Twitch said, and let's see if there is a response. Compete in exclusive State Farm Gamerhood Challenge. Okay, that's really about it. And let's see, did they say anything else? No, they didn't. They didn't. This is just another advertisement. And that's nothing else, right? I mean, it's just their social media manager. There it is. And so this is really Twitch responds. Let's get to that. I'm going to get to that. The man that attacked Imru may have had a knife. So this is a frame by frame. He moves his hand up. Obviously, I've seen all of these things. Now, I don't like, I mean, to say the guy had a knife, it was a pen, it probably was a pen. But, I mean, John Wick, I've seen the Dark Knight. I don't think that really makes a difference, does it? I mean, you can do some damage with a pen too. So really, what is the real problem here? The real problem here is that a person with malicious intent was allowed to approach a creator with no vetting and no security. Whether or not this person had a knife is beside the point. If they had a brass knuckles, if they had a rock, if they had a key, if they had a shank, if they had a knife, a pen, anything, they could have hurt somebody, right? It's the intent that matters, right? And the intent, like a man of that size compared to a woman of that size, it could be almost anything. And you could, if you had something like this, you could fucking irreversibly change somebody's life if there's that big of a power difference and a size difference between you and that person, right? I mean, let's be honest. That's just the first thing that's on my fucking desk. And so instantly over. Exactly. So really, it's about the intent. And so anyway, Emeru was warned TwitchCon vibes were off. Oh, here we go. I have not seen this one.
I haven't really felt this, and then also, I haven't really felt this way, but I've heard so many streamers basically be like, the vibes are off this year. I don't want to go this year. I don't want to stream there this year. So I'm like, oh, well, I guess if everyone else feels that way, this may be a good bandwagon to hop on, perhaps.
So let's go back over, and this is her statement on it, and I had a gut feeling. I mean, it wasn't a gut feeling. Plenty of people told her this, right? I mean, they said this to her in general, right? I mean, let's be honest. And so instinct tried. It wasn't instinct. It was people. People told her this. And other people did this. And again, like, you know, Emmy is she is a put your best foot forward, try to be nice, try to be cooperative. She is a people pleaser. She will try to placate people, and she does so to, I think, her own detriment in a lot of regards. And it's one of the reasons why I've defended her in a lot of these situations, is because I feel like it's wrong. It's wrong to take advantage of a person like that. It is. And I mean, somebody needs to say something. Somebody needs to do something. What the fuck else? What else is there to say? That's the reason. So anyway, let me go back, and I'm going to show. I'm going to read her statement last, okay? Just so I can do everything in order, right? In chronological order, because Twitch actually did make a statement about this themselves, okay? So Twitch made a statement about what happened, etc. And I thought this statement was it was cute. It was a cute statement.